Ready? Okay. Welcome to our Western Weber County Planning Commission meeting. Please join me in the pledge. Thank you. All commissioners are here tonight except for Chair Edwards. He is excused. And we'll go to item number 1. Director Grover, any preface for the minutes?
That does not need to be a roll call. It can just be a yes vote.
Okay, very good. All in favor of approving the minutes with the changes that were discussed in the pre-meeting?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Thank you very much. We'll go to item number 2, petitions, applications, and public hearings. Item number 2.1, ZMA 2023-07. Director Grover.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the Planning Commission, this is a legislative item. However, typically on legislative items of this nature, we have a public hearing. We've already had the public hearing on this. So, and one of the reasons why you're having this before you at this time is because they have requested per state code that if something, they don't feel there's reasonable time frame review on this, that they can petition to have a 45-day request that it be before the legislative body. I've asked our legal counsel to kind of explain that to you so you understand what you're going to be looking at with this. After he does his presentation, we're going to have Mr. Burton. He's going to be presenting via Zoom. He's a little bit under the weather, so he'll just be presenting, but you can carry on conversations back and forth. He's just upstairs, so you just won't be able to reach out and punch him if you want to, if you don't agree on something. But we do After that, you can deliberate. The applicant, I believe, is here, so you can ask him questions, but this is one where you do not need to have a public hearing. You've already had the public comment. We have included in your emails for your consideration some of West Haven City's concerns, so they are before you as you deliberate on this, but we'll have Liam or legal counsel kind of explain that 45-day request.
Thank you.
Commissioners, this is just for your situational awareness type of thing. The applicant is entitled to, upon his request, have the county take final action on his application within 45 days from the date of service of the written request. The applicant has given us a written request asking that 45 days from the date of his request, which was early November, November 2nd or so, that the county take final action on that. This is under the County Land Use and Management Act under state code. And in brief, this essentially just says the County Land Use Authority should substantially review a complete application and an application considered complete and shall approve or deny each application with reasonable diligence. And that's fine for us. That part's fine. And then it does have a part in there, and I'm just going to read this real quick. After a reasonable period of time to allow the Land Use Authority to consider an application, the applicant may, in writing, request that the Land Use Authority take final action within 45 days from the date of service of the written request. And that's exactly what the applicant did in this case. So he's just requesting that within 45 days of his written notice, the county takes final action, which means for your purposes tonight, this will require an approval or denial to go forth to the county commission for their final action.
Very good. Thank you. Go over any other comments on this item?
No, cool. I'd recommend you hear from Mr. Burton.
Very good. Mr. Burton, where are you?
Excuse me, Commissioner, did you make an action on the minutes?
Yes, yes, and it was approved with the corrections, Ms. June.
Commissioners, can you hear me okay?
Yes, somewhat well.
Oh, okay. Let me share my screen. Tell me if you need me to speak up a little bit. So I've got a presentation I'm trying to share. I apologize. Sometimes I run into a slow computer, but I think you can see what you need to here. Back in September, on September 19th, the Planning Commission tabled a decision on this item for two reasons. And I'm going to just display here on my screen. And maybe I'll back up a little bit just to recall the item a little bit for you. 7.44 acres currently in the A2 zone near West Haven City, right along the border there, off of 3300 South and 3500 West. The proposal is to rezone that to both C1 and R3 as shown on the screen here. On September 19th, the Planning Commission tabled for two reasons. One, so that the applicant can have more time to talk to West Haven City about annexation, and two, so that the applicant can provide more information on sewer options. As far as I am aware, number one, the applicant has told me that they have tried to contact West Haven City, but they don't have the time that it's going to take to get into that conversation about what it's going to take to annex for the owner to be able to also get what they want. And so as Liam stated, that's why they're pulling this card of state code of, give a decision within 45 days. And I believe the applicant's there and can address that. But number two, there was a discussion on some of the land use code. And during the public hearing in September, and one of the planning commissioners brought up one of the requirements that they felt was necessary, which was underlined here in section 102.5.4. specifically as it relates to large master plan areas and recreation resort zoning. As we look at the code, that really only applies, like I mentioned, to large master plan developments. What we're looking at here is 7.5 acres, which really isn't a large master plan area or a resort area. And so we don't really feel that that's required. So that's one thing we wanted to bring up with you. One thing I wanted to mention was that during the meeting during the public hearing in September, a lot of conversation was had about this road going out to Midland Drive, crossing Hinckley. We have planned for that. We know that that road needs to exist and we want it to exist. And the developer does as well. On their concept plan, it's kind of rough. It's kind of tough to see, but they have left an area open for that connection to be made. I want to make sure I'm not rambling. Can you guys hear me still?
Yes.
Awesome. The staff recommendation on this one has changed since the last time, since the public hearing in September. And I'll just point out what that recommendation currently is. It's staff recommends that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the county commissioners. And I'll go over those findings here in just a minute. But a specific part of my recommendation is that you don't approve the request for the master plan development overlay zone because it really isn't needed. When somebody requests a master plan development overlay zone, it's because they need flexible standards compared to what's in R3 and C1. Meaning, flexible meaning like maybe different building setbacks or different building heights. In this case, the developer's not asking for that. So we really don't see a need to apply the master plan development overlay zone. It just adds another level of red tape that's really not necessary. And so my recommendation is based on the findings here on your screen, that there will be a development agreement that will specify the design of the commercial and multifamily buildings, that the proposed donation to the Parks District will be made before each subdivision plat records. The proposal helps implement the mixed-use commercial element of the Western Weber General Plan. Number 3, the proposal includes a meaningful contribution to open space and parks improvements in the area. And 4, the MPD overlay zone is not needed for the applicant to develop the property in accordance with the concept plan and the project narrative. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, yeah, thank you.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Burton?
Steve, one question. I noticed just in your recommendation, you have findings, but I'm used to seeing recommendations and findings. Is that right?
I think you're used to seeing findings and conditions.
Conditions, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
But they're together, so we might want to think about separating some conditions and some findings on this.
You could easily do that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I intentionally put them as findings. I like to be careful when we're making conditions that the Planning Commission hasn't had the chance to discuss with the applicant, because they might not be mutually agreeable to those things. And so I purposely made them recommended findings. In your staff report, you'll notice there are some model motions that if you choose to go a different direction, there's some model motions in there to help you do that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? All right, go ahead, Director Groman.
It might be a good time to see if the applicant has some concerns with these, and then also you can maybe deliberate back and forth.
Very good. Mr. Scadden? Please give us your name and address for the record, please.
Rick Skadden, 118 East Longman View Drive, North Ogden. I see no concerns with what Steve has put on the paper. I don't know what questions you might have outside of that.
Commissioners?
Did you want to discuss?
Yeah.
So we are a little bit concerned. It looks like right now your sewer will be going to the sewer letter you have is through West Weber.
Central Weaver. Yes.
Central Weber.
Mhm.
And So we are a little concerned about getting that sewer there. They do have capacity, which tells us at least it can be done, but there is some engineering and other hoops to jump through to get through to it, which I'm sure you understand.
Sure.
So, I mean, I would like to see that whatever we do is conditioned on approval from all the agencies that would need to
I have no-
go through and make sure engineering's okay with you getting to the sewer line. Also, because it is quite extensive, we're concerned about the timeline.
Mhm.
We'd really like the development to move forward in a timely manner so that it's not just a blighted corner as we're waiting to get to sewer. So we're thinking about putting a timeline in the development agreement. We're thinking about 3 years to a recorded plat, and another 3 years to completion.
Yeah, that's agreeable.
That's agreeable? Okay.
Sure.
Commissioners, anything else? Okay. Mr. Scadden, thank you very much.
bet.
Commissioners, any comments, any discussion?
I have a question for the director. So if we approve tonight, we're just approving the rezone from C1 and an R3.
That is
But
correct.
We're not approving anything that goes forth until they've met all the challenges.
So in the,
Or, et cetera.
correct, those will be addressed at the subdivision level. And as far as the more specifics, those will be identified in the development agreement, and that will go before the county commission for their consideration. The specifics of the development agreement.
So I want to caution the folks that attended the meeting tonight for this item. Whether or not this item gets a positive action from the planning commission or not, this will go, if it gets denied or if it gets approved by the planning commission, it will go in front of the county commission for further approval. This is not the end of the line. So for folks that are concerned about this, watch the public notices and go to the other meetings that are in addition to this. So just wanted to put that out there. Commissioners, any other discussion on this matter? If not, I'll call for a motion.
I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on that. We did receive a lot of emails and information from West Haven City that all of us considered as we were looking at what was proposed. We are well, I don't know about we, but I am comfortable with what they proposed, and this is what Steve has stated in the general plan for West Weber calls for mixed use, which is basically a blend of commercial and residential. So this fits in what we've stated we would like to see in this area. So it is difficult for us to tell a developer that this is what the general plan has laid out, but not acceptable. And so the way I see it is the developer has followed what we've put in the general plan. West Haven has mentioned that they'd like to see it entirely commercial, but the information we've received from them has changed from we'd like to see us all single family homes. We'd like to see us all commercial. So the developer has proposed is exactly what West Haven City essentially has approved on the other side of this corner. So it's, from my position, it's very difficult to tell a developer, you can't develop what's already been approved and developed on the other side. Now there's, from our position, there isn't a lot of latitude because we have state code to abide by, and we need to give decisions, and we need to make sure that we're following what we have laid out for the community in the general plan for the developer. But the county commission has much more leeway in what they do and what they say and how they feel about the development. The sewer is a concern for me. I think it is very long distance to get there, but we can't make that decision and say, as long as the sewer is willing to accept them, it is for the developer to prove whether he can make it happen with the approval of all the agencies in the middle. So my personal opinion is to recommend a positive approval of this, but with several conditions to make sure that it meets the needs that we have in the area, the needs that we've laid out for anyone else that would be developing in the area.
Sir, can I just add one note with the sewer? I think we should note that the applicant has met the requirement that's required at this point. So just for the public to understand that. Chair, is that okay?
Mhm.
This is one when it came up last time. I left the meeting struggling with, wondering if by tabling it was the right thing to do. A lot of what was said from the public and things I've heard even since then is confusion. The applicant came to us before that last meeting when it was on the agenda with a proposal for apartments, and that's what everybody thought it was. This proposal is significantly different from the original proposal, with being townhomes rather than apartments. The number of doors is tremendously lower, which is personally more appealing to me that way. And like we say, it does meet what the general plan puts out for that. The concerns I've heard from public since then, seeing this on the agenda again, still match some of those same things. And I think, and it was another concern is that was the time frame, that this may be what is needed in that area. It's just not the right time for it. And so that's weighed heavily on my mind, especially the last few days. And as Commissioner Wickern mentioned in our last meeting when this was in September when it was on the agenda, that sometimes we need that development in order to have the funds for that infrastructure. And I didn't buy into it that night, to be honest with you. And I had to really think about that. And the more I've thought about that, the more I understand her point on that point. So I agree with the comments that she's made previously as well, that feel like this is ready for what they've proposed to us. Whether I want development or not, I guess I should put that out there. It's appropriate. And one other thing, I think in the last meeting we may have failed a little bit as far as maybe my own perspective on recognizing the landowner's rights as well. We didn't put that forth as far as we were letting more of just, we want to consider everybody, and that's including the landowner. So
Very good. Thank you, commissioners. Any other comments? Okay. I'll ask for a motion on this item.
Chair, I'll make that motion. I recommend that we approve the proposed rezone on file ZMA 2023-07, an applicant-driven rezone application to amend the zoning map on 7.44 acres from A2 to the C1 R3 and at R3 just from A2 to the C1 and R3, but deny the request for master plan development overlay zoning based on a couple of conditions. Condition 1 would be that the applicant and the county will enter into a mutually agreeable development agreement specifying the design of the commercial and multifamily buildings, and that the proposed donation to the Parks District will be made before each division plat records, and that the development agreement will also specify that the plats are recorded within 3 years and completion of the project within 6 years. Condition number 2 is that the developer makes a meaningful, I just have to see if this is part of my first one. Oh, never mind. That will not be a condition number 2. It'll be part of my findings. So just one condition, June. And then the findings, first finding, the proposal helps implement the mixed-use commercial element of the Weston Weaver General Plan. Finding number 2, the proposal includes a meaningful contribution to open space and parks improvements in the area. Finding number 3, the master plan development overlay zone is not needed for the applicant to develop the property in accordance with the concept plan and project narrative.
Very good. Commissioners, I have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. This will be a roll call, correct?
Do we?
Correct. Okay.
It's for discussion, just in case.
Yeah, okay.
Any
Yeah,
discussion?
Any discussion
things
on
we've
this?
missed that you think needs to be included?
All right. Now I'll ask for a roll call vote. Commissioner Klontz,
Aye.
Commissioner McCormick,
Aye.
Commissioner Neville,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti,
Aye.
Commissioner Wickern.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Motion passes for a positive recommendation for this item to be passed on to the Weber County Commission. Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda.
Last one. Just clarification for the parks.
We just speak into the microphone. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Just for what we're committed to the parks, just wanted to understand how you put it in your motion that we make sure we understand.
Just something mutual agreable with the Parks District.
Okay.
And I believe you've been in communication with them. That's what the information we have.
That is correct. Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda is item number 2.2 ZMA 2023-13, a public hearing to consider a request to amend the zoning map on 18 acres from A1 agriculture and RE15 residential to R115 residential. Property located at 4300 West, 1600 South, and Director Grover.
Thank you. Another legislative item. On this one, though, you will be making a recommendation to the Planning Commission again, but you will need to have a public hearing on this one. You'll need to open and close the public hearing with a motion, and then you'll need to deliberate on that. And this one, it's not as critical. Whether you approve or deny, you could also table. We have some model motions in there that Mr. Burton will go through, but as you review this, you'll be reviewing it in conformance with the Western Weber General Plan. And again, you'll just be making a recommendation to the legislative body. And Mr. Burton is going to be presenting, right?
Yep, commissioners, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. So you might remember last month, this project came to you in a work session. And then just kind of naturally, the next step is to hold a public hearing for you to make a decision or to table if you need more information. But as was stated, yeah, the zoning map amendment request. And let me show you just an image really quick of the property. You can see here project location, as was mentioned, 4300 West, about 1600 South. This image is intended to show you the existing zoning on the left.
Steve, we're not seeing the image.
Oh, oh, sorry. I don't know why my screen share paused. That's odd. Let me try that again. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Huh. Resume share. Huh. I'm having trouble with Zoom. Let's try this again. See that now?
You got it now, Stephen.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, so on the left side of the screen is the existing zoning. You can see that there are 15 acres in the RE15 zone. You probably remember when that came through last year and the beginning of this year that got finalized. The reason that's RE15 is because the rezone was done before we officially had the R115 zone. And what happened was the developer came through and purchased this property, this 3 acres to the west. and is proposing to include that as part of the development. And when they initially submitted, we as staff, we recommended, we said, hey, we think that your zoning should actually be R115 and the whole thing should be R115, just so it will match better on the map, but also so the uses will line up better with the other rezones that have been approved to R115 nearby. So you can see on the right here, the proposed zoning is R115 on the entire 18 acres. When it comes down to the general plan, I just wanted to include an image for you that shows where this property is located in relation to the future land use map. You can see it's planned to be up that 3 acres is shown as part of school property, but the majority of it is shown to be medium-sized residential lots, the general plan would say. Now, something I feel is important to mention, if you just take the gross area of the property, which again, 18 acres, if you were to figure out how many 15,000 square foot lots you could get, it would, if you divide 784,000 square feet by 15,000, you get 52 lots. With what the developer's proposing, it's a total of 45. So it's the existing 37 plus 8 that are on that 3 acres for a total of 45 lots. So they're not exceeding what they could otherwise get under R115 zoning. Also talking about the general plan, we as staff like to see when a developer proposes smart growth development standards. And in this case, similar to what they showed when they came in and asked for RE15, they were showing a public street and trail connectivity and also a contribution to open space with a donation to the Parks District. There's a per lot number. I'm trying to recall what that is while I'm looking at my staff report. Also, I want to say it was like $2,000 per lot was what was originally proposed, and that's still what they're proposing in this case.
Stephen, one question there,
Yep,
if you don't mind.
Sure.
So, and that's going to carry over into this extended parcel that is going to become part of this new zone, correct? The
Yes.
Parks District portion of it, correct?
That's correct. Yep. And the next item is the amended development agreement, or we'll get into the specifics a little bit more on that. But yeah, that's exactly right. That's what the developer has proposed. This is intended to show you their street connections. The developer has worked with the engineering company, Reeve and Associates, to find out where those streets are going to be connected. You'll see going west into this smart field subdivision, you can see where 1600 connects. This developer is proposing that it be on their property and connect over to the continue over to the east. There's also some connections to the south there. A trail, 10-foot pathway planned along the north there. I included this little section on the bottom to show you if the rezone were to be approved, they could come in with a subdivision plat and do these 8 lots under a connectivity incentivized subdivision. And staff would be supportive of that because they've shown their streets where we have them planned and the trails as well. Just to show you the difference between the development standards with A1 and RE15, the setbacks are the same. So A1, you're talking about 40,000 square feet of area per lot with 150 feet of frontage. With RE15, you're talking about 15,000 square feet of lot area with 100 feet of frontage. Now they both have, like I mentioned, they both have the same yard setbacks. If it goes to R115, they're a little bit less, they're a little bit reduced. You can see how the 20-foot front, 30 is still the rear setback. Side setbacks are a little bit reduced as well, but you'll see the same dwelling height and accessory building height. Now, commissioners, you're all familiar with these considerations. The land use code, specifically the rezoning section of it, offers some recommended considerations for you and the county commissioners to make when you're considering rezones. And I'll try not to read these word for word. There's just 2 slides of them, but one of them that we've already talked about a little bit is the proposal, does it comply with the general plan? Does it accomplish the goals of the general plan? I feel that the answer to that question is yes. As I mentioned earlier, it implements, this proposal would implement an open space contribution to the Parks District. It also is providing meaningful street connectivity. It also is the development type that is shown in this area on the future land use map. Second consideration on there is the proposal, is it going to be compatible with the overall the character of the overall neighborhood in that area? Or is it too incompatible with that area? And I would say that is something that the Planning Commission, yourselves, and the County Commission and staff thought about when the general plan was originally adopted. We kind of anticipated that by changing the general plan from agricultural everywhere to residential everywhere, that we would have to, and in some way, be comfortable with saying that, yeah, this won't be too incompatible with the ag in that area. Now, I will say there are some subdivision lots that are the same size as what the developer is proposing just to the south. Yes, they are smaller than an acre, which is common in that area, but we don't feel that the size of the lots and the zoning, the uses that are allowed under R115, we don't feel that will be too incompatible with the neighborhood. And yeah, just some comments there. Third consideration, will this proposal adversely or negatively affect adjacent property? I can tell you, we definitely want to make sure that won't happen. We don't want it to adversely affect adjacent property, but what does adversely affect mean? It could mean something different to everyone. One thing I will say is the county has requirements in our ordinances that make it so there are very little adverse effects that are caused to adjacent property. In a subdivision, if this proposal is rezoned, the developer will have to come in with may come in with a subdivision application. And when they do that, we're going to need to see some engineered drawings to make sure that ditches nearby aren't negatively impacted. We want to make sure that the proposed infrastructure is up to the necessary and applicable codes. So those are things we look at really at a subdivision level. And also you could consider that, maybe there's something that I'm not thinking about, and when it comes to adversely affecting adjacent property. So I'd be curious to hear if you have any thoughts on that. This is the last slide, covers 3 more considerations here. Are there adequate facilities to serve this rezone? Now, when I looked at this, we're talking about 3 acres and 8 subdivision lots. In my professional opinion, I don't feel that 8 additional lots is going to push any of these services over some kind of threshold where they can't operate or can't continue an appropriate level of service. One thing I'll mention is we also keep track of if any of these providers ask us to notify them of rezones, we will do that. And to my knowledge, none of these providers have asked us to notify them on rezones. And so we feel that rezoning this additional 3 acres with the existing R115 property, with the existing RE15 property will not push any of these service providers to be offering any service that's lower level of service. Next consideration, will the proposed rezone, can it be developed in a manner that won't degrade natural resources? You'll notice in my staff report, I looked into this and I wanted to make sure that there weren't any sensitive lands on the property, floodplain, wetlands, and there weren't. We don't show that any of those sensitive lands are mapped on the property. And so I don't feel that the rezone will degrade any of those resources. Last one is traffic mitigation plans. As staff, we haven't required a traffic mitigation plan. You're welcome to, as a planning commission, look into that if you'd like to require it. And so is the county commission. One thing that's important to note is the developer will be required to upgrade property that's adjacent to their land when they come in to subdivide. Not necessarily land that's down the street, but anything adjacent to their land, they'll have to upgrade to the current engineering standards. But we haven't asked for any kind of traffic mitigation plan at this point, again, for just 8 lots. The actions you can take, again, I'm sure you're familiar with this. You can approve the proposal. You can do that either through the staff recommendation, the staff report, or through a model motion. If there is a reason to, if you feel there's a reason to deny it, it could be denied as well. Maybe the timing isn't right, or maybe you feel it doesn't meet the general plan. And then you can also table it if you'd like us to look at some more information. That being said, commissioners, I'll give you my recommendation. So the staff recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve the proposed rezone, or I should say recommend approval of the proposed rezone from A1 and RE15 to R115 based on the findings that are listed in the staff report, which are that the development agreement that exists on the 15 acres will be amended to reflect the R115 zoning. The proposal provides public street and trail connectivity. The proposal includes a meaningful contribution to open space and parks improvements in the area. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Commissioners, any questions? Stephen, I just want to go back through this real quick so that the public understands what this item is.
Sure.
So the original RE15 that's been zoned has already gone through the rezoning process for 15 acres. An additional 3 acres has been added to this, which gives an egress to this subdivision eventually upon build out. It gives a direction or a roadway for that to occur, for that egress to occur. So tonight what we're doing is we're adding 3 acres to the original 15, which makes it 18. The original 15 was already rezoned to an RE15 or 15,000 square foot lots. We're going to add the 3 acres for that accommodates the egress. And this first item is to add that and to change the zoning from RE15 on the original 15 acres, add the 3 acres and change the zoning for the whole parcel, the whole 18 acres to RE115. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. I appreciate you asking for that clarification. And yeah, the reason for adding that 3 acres is because under the R115 zoning, the developer, yes, they have approval for conceptual approval for 37 lots. However, they can only plat the 30 until they need an egress out onto 43. So really the purpose for this, you're right, is so that the developer can make that egress. But they also will end up getting 8 lots because of the property that they purchased for that egress, but they'll also be putting in the whole road, right? At least what's on their property. And yes, as part of that request, we suggested and they followed through and agreed with our suggestion that the whole piece, all 18 acres needs to be R115 to appropriately reflect what's on the general plan.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay. All right. On that note, I'll ask for a motion to open a public hearing.
Chair, I make the motion to open for public hearing.
Have a motion for opening a public hearing. Do I have a second? Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are now in public hearing. So anyone from the public that wants to come up and speak, you're welcome to do so. You have 3 minutes. Give your name and address at the podium and give us the information you want to provide.
My name is Craig Hunt. I reside at 4054 West, 1700 South. I attended the meeting last year and expressed my concerns about the east side of the property where the ditch comes down. And provides secondary water for our subdivision, which has 12 homes in it. My proposal is that that ditch be buried with a pipe. And I had Tom Favero approached me and said that the landowner would like to put us on pressurized secondary water. I don't have a problem with that, other than we don't want to pay for it. He said he would pay for it, but I don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to the landowner, but there's 12 of us in the subdivision. And the people that I've talked in the subdivision, which has been about half of them that have responded to me, do not want to be on the secondary pressurized system if we have to pay for it.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, hold on just a second.
Yes,
We have a
Are you
question.
talking about like a tailwater ditch right there
No, it's
Irrigation.
or irrigation? Okay.
That's our secondary water that comes through that ditch to our subdivision.
Oh, okay. So it's the irrigation ditch. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, in that area there wasn't pressurized secondary available to some of these subdivisions. So they're delivered water via open ditch or irrigation ditch, gravity flow, basically.
See, it's a cement ditch that the person that was using the property didn't take care of the ditch. It just hasn't been taken care of, and it's fallen apart. And I don't think it's fair that the landowners that are buying this property have this ditch in the back of their property exposed. That's my concern.
Thank you. And Director Grover, staff, I think that when this comes to subdivision, those items are covered under the subdivision code as far as open ditch and those kind of concerns, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So that will be an item that will be looked at probably a little bit closer to when this starts to get built or comes in for a subdivision application. Okay. Anyone else?
Good evening, Planning Commission. I'm the applicant, Jake Young, representing Stewart Land Company. I could come up after the public hearing as well. I don't know typically what you do with applicants, if you hear from them after or during the public hearing.
Director Grover.
It's sixes. We could do
Yeah.
it now as well, or we could do it after. We always let you have time for rebuttal. Sometimes you may want to hear all the public hearing comments, and then
Okay.
that gives you time.
I'll wait then.
Okay.
Just
Give us
wanna-
30 seconds. We'll be right back to you.
Okay.
Anyone else from the public that would like to comment on this? Okay. Seeing none, commissioners, I will ask for a motion to close public hearing.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to close public hearing.
Have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor of closing public hearing?
Aye.
Opposed? We are now out of public hearing. Commissioners, any conversation about this before we ask for comments from the developer?
Yeah, I'd like to know where that ditch is.
Okay.
Is it along the, I assume the north side, south side, east? Yeah. I assume it runs into that subdivision down at the bottom of the page.
It's right here, Jed. It's right here. This ditch comes down and feeds it from the east, and then it goes across right here on this red line. Correct? Okay. I'm a little familiar with this area. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners, anything else?
Well, I would like to know if they have plans what to do with it, just out of curiosity. Not that we're dealing with it, but
Do you mind if we get that
No,
when we get the developer?
fine.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Anything else, commissioners? All right. Then we'll ask for some comments from Mr. Young.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. We've reviewed the county's future land use in the general plan. We find it to be compatible, just as Mr. Burton says. Also, it is compatible with your transportation master plan, bringing 1600 south all the way through to 4300 west. Has the trail on there, so it definitely matches up and supports those. And it also takes the question out of what would that landowner do with it. Regarding the ditch, it is on our engineering plans on our pre-plat, which has been submitted. And I don't have the exact answer. I just text Brad to ask him, but I think we're moving it to the property to the east. We have to make a adjustment there with the boundary line, and so a couple of the neighboring sheds are on our property, and so we've made an agreement, and I think it's being moved. But I don't have that exact answer on that. But of course, as you mentioned, it will be resolved in the final plat and also in the construction drawings on the ditch. And then, as was mentioned by Mr. Burton, we applied for the rezone for the 2.8 acres to the R115. Staff recommended that we apply for the whole thing as the R115. So happy to work with staff and the county on that. It does make a lot of sense in the future when people are building their homes, looking at their land uses. They're going to be like, what is RE15? The side setback is actually 8 feet per development agreement. And I was thinking that'll be nicer for homeowners to know what their setback is per zoning rather than having to look up the development agreement. Not that many landowners know that. He actually just responded to my question on the ditch, so I'll answer that now. We did work out an agreement with the neighbor to relocate the ditch, so it will continue flowing. It'll just move a little bit farther east on the other side of the property lines.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So getting back to the rezone, wanting to comply, we agreed to apply for the whole property, looking at all 18 acres to bring into the R115. And any questions? We have received will serve letters from all the utilities, sewer, water, irrigation. All think it's no problem in terms of providing service on it. And then, and of course, it does provide that secondary guaranteed access, but also our utilities, most of them will come from 4300 West. So it may end up being the place where we actually start construction is on that side to bring in utilities as it develops.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
just a suggestion. I know from the experience that when you put that ditch in the back of those yards, it's really hard to surface because nobody wants to go in their yard, but they would have the right to. I would say it would be better for the county and it would be better for everybody concerned if you piped it. I don't know if that's within our preview to do that, but that's just a suggestion. And then I would put a clean out like every 200 or 300 feet. That's just a suggestion.
Thank you. Our agreement with the neighboring landowner would be to move it, so it'd be on the farmland to the east.
I understand that, but then they still got to go through his farm. Like, see, he's pretty proud of it. And if they need to clean that ditch when his crops are full, they're not going in there.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to clear that up, Director Grover, in our code, don't we ask for all open irrigation ditches to be piped now?
It just depends on the flow that's in there. I don't think it's required that they be piped. Charlie, are you aware of anything different?
Enough of you, Charlie.
Sorry, that was recently changed, and ditches are required to be piped unless the utility provider does not want them to be piped.
Thank you.
You mean the ditch owner?
Be whoever the irrigation company is, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but, well, and there would be some information that would have to be gone over with that because this is a branch ditch. So there's a right of way there for it where it is now. There'll be a right of way wherever it gets moved. But being a branch ditch, it's not necessarily owned by the canal company. So that's kind of there's kind of a, some things that would have to be worked out there with that. Commissioner McCormick?
I'm good. That's just a suggestion. And if it's an ordinance, I say pipe, but if not, then
Yeah.
we'll work it out.
Yeah. Good suggestion. Okay. Anything else, commissioners?
I'm having trouble following our staff packet. Is anyone else a little confused? Because we have second one's just, yeah, but I'm trying to see it on the, thank you. Okay. I was looking at this going, why are we doing this twice? I want to make sure I
Yeah,
get the right
and on the
item number.
development agreement, you'll see in there red lines of just a few modifications to incorporate this property into that as well and clean it up. And that way there's just a single development agreement rather than a one for 2.8 acres on 8 lots or.
Right.
All right, now I can find.
Okay. Anything else, commissioners? Okay. Staff, anything else? Stephen?
No, sir, nothing for me.
I was just checking to make sure you were still awake. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your information. And commissioners, any deliberation on this before I ask for a motion? Okay. With that response or lack of, I will ask for a motion for this item.
I move that we approve file number ZMA 2023-13, an applicant-driven rezone application to amend the zoning map on 18 acres from A1 and RE15 to R115, property located at 4300 West, 1600 South Ogden, subject to all governing agencies, including fire and engineering. And I do so with the following conditions. One condition, the development agreement that exists on the 15-acre zoned RE15 will be amended to reflect the R115 zoning. And the findings are, first, the proposal provides public street and trail connectivity. Finding number 2, the proposal includes a meaningful contribution to open space and parks improvements in the area. Finding 3, the proposal is consistent with the general plan goals, objectives, and policies. And finding number 4, the proposal is compatible with the overall character of existing development in the area. Yeah, I added lib here, you guys.
Be a little creative. Okay, I have a motion. I'll ask for a second, please. Have a motion and a second. Commissioner McCormick? Aye. Commissioner Klontz?
Aye.
Commissioner Neville?
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti?
Aye.
Commissioner Wickern?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda, item 2.3 ZDA 2023-01. Public hearing to consider a request to amend development agreement on 18 acres of property zoned RE15 located at 4300 West, 1600 South. The proposed amendment will allow the zoning to be changed from RE15 residential to R115 residential. And Director Grover?
On this one, you'll be forwarding a recommendation to the county commission. You will need to have a public hearing on this as well. This is in conjunction with the previous item, and Mr. Burton's going to be presenting this item.
Perfect. Mr. Burton?
Yes, commissioners. When the applicant originally applied for the rezone, that was just forwarded. We were thinking about that. We knew that there was an existing development agreement with the RE15 that was done earlier this year. And we said, well, there should be an amendment to reflect these changes, and just to make sure we were following the right process outlined by state code, we put this on your agenda for a public hearing. So what will happen under at least what we as staff are recommending is on your screen here. A development agreement, it usually is quite a few pages. There's a lot of legal information in there, and who represents, who we send notices to when there's a violation and things like that. But really the meat and potatoes of the agreement is what development will look like, and what the requirements of the developer will be. As you know, they originally proposed that $2,000 per lot to the Parks District. I put something on here that I haven't yet had a chance to talk to the developer about, but we can do that here, I guess. The plan. So in the current development agreement, we didn't actually say when that needs to be paid, and so it might be a good idea. I think it'd be good to have a conversation with the developer to figure out when that time is. Now, I think it would be appropriate that it's paid before the plat records, and that's kind of what's expected with the existing subdivisions, with the existing subdivision approvals that have been given on the 15 acres under the RE15 zoning. But it may be good if you want to specify that. We'll probably ask the applicant if they're okay with just specifying that it needs to be done before each plat records. The current development agreement does a lot of these things already. It prohibits owners from protesting annexation. In the future, we want, whenever there's an annexation, we like, when property goes into cities, we like cities to grow, and we want that to be able to happen. And so one of the requirements of our development agreements is that the owners cannot protest annexation into a city. It also states that the R115 zoning regulations will apply. It will require certain things that we've agreed upon, like the trail along 1600, and as well as the concept plan that we looked at. It also gives the developer typically 10 years to complete the development. And we talked a little bit in the pre-meeting about maybe making, or I guess on a different project, changing those numbers. And if you wanted to on this week, we could talk about that as well. But the current development agreement, I believe, says 10 years to complete. Backing up, maybe I'll back up just a little bit. Let me show it. I want to show, I'm using the same slides from the rezone, but I want to just make sure it's clear what is being requested. Currently, let me see if I can draw on my screen here. Currently, the development agreement covers this 15 acres. And I should have used a different color, huh? It's not letting me. Oh, yes, it will. Hang on. Let me erase. All right, let's go with blue. Currently, the development agreement applies to this 15 acres, right, for the RE15 zoning. And because the rezone, if it is to be approved, we feel that the development agreement should also include this 3 acres now. And it will specify that the zoning is now R115. So just wanted to make sure that was clear. The staff recommendation is in the staff report. Basically, staff is recommending that you forward a positive recommendation of the proposed development agreement amendment to the county commission. based on the findings in the staff report. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Commissioners, any questions? So really, Stephen, the only thing that's changing in the agreement that I can see is just the amount of land that we're changing.
It also specifies the new zone, right? R115.
Oh, right.
And the new, the layout of those 8 lots.
All right. Commissioners, any other questions? All right. At this point then, Stephen, I think you can rest for a moment. I'll ask for a motion to go into, well, let me ask this. Any deliberation among the planning commissioners before we go into?
Just a question. So when we're going through the recommendation on this, or the recommendation for approval, we're recommending the revised development agreement in this packet be approved, because we don't want to say that. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the old one just says
Yeah, you'd want to indicate revised.
specify
I
that
think.
it's.
Are you okay with that, Steve?
Yeah, I think I think everything that the developer has proposed is appropriate. I just didn't know if you wanted to have any more conversation about, because they haven't specified when that $2,000 needs to be paid. And so if you have other thoughts, if you think we should specify, then I would make that an extra condition, or maybe have some conversation with the developer about it.
Okay. So commissioners, would you like to have that conversation with the developer now before we open up the, okay? Very good. So Mr. Young, if you'll join us, please.
Thank you. When we were first applying for the rezone for the 2.8 acres, we were not planning for development agreement change, but when it was suggested that we rezone the other part of the land to the R115, then we realized it had to be. So the two have to go, they must go together. Besides the change in the land size and the 2 properties, of course, everything bumps up to 45 lots instead of the 37, the R115. And then the development agreement allows for the side yard setbacks to be 8 feet. And then on that one, we just said, let's go with the standard zoning for the R115. So that changes there. So those are the 3 main adjustment types in it. And we were happy to continue with the $2,000 donation for parks for the additional 8 lots. Also bring that the trail out, the 10-foot wide trail, all the way out to 4300 West. So this development agreement does continue some of the main items negotiated in the original one. Regarding the payment of the 2,000, our intent was to pay it at building permit time. That's when a lot of the fees are paid, is at that point. This agreement didn't specify when, but obviously it couldn't continue beyond that point. And so my only comment is, where this agreement has already been negotiated, signed, we're just changing the area, expanding a little bit. Is that an additional requirement that you have to do, where things have already been negotiated and settled on that?
Well, there's no better time for change. So I'm going to recommend that Director Grover, maybe you and possibly legal, give us some advisement on when the appropriate time is for those, or the normal time is for those fees to be collected.
Yeah, and if somebody's here from the Parks Department, maybe we could hear from them.
Yeah, it depends on, if you feel comfortable with it being taken care of at the subdivision level, so the subdivider's paying for it, or if you're wanting the homeowner, the lot owner, to be paying for that. Because when you get to the building permit side of things, typically the lots are sold, and then the onus would be upon the homeowner.
which may or may not happen.
Yeah.
It's got to be on the building permit or a lump sum up front. And it depends on what the Parks Department has done in the past.
Yeah, it'd be good to get information from the Parks Department, what they would prefer.
They did provide an updated letter, which I sent over to Steve.
What were they in favor of?
It's not in there. They didn't say they support
That's
the
what we're trying
project
to clarify.
like the
basically.
2000.
Yeah, commissioners, the Parks District didn't specify when they feel that should be paid. From an administrative level and staff perspective, I can tell you it's a lot easier if it's paid before the subdivision records, because once that subdivision records, everyone's going to want a building permit. And there are so many different fees and things that we verify before issuing a building permit. Personally, as staff, I think it's easy to administer if it's just done before it records. Because it's one less check we have to do before occupancy is provided, and typically that's not something that is done before you get a building permit, and so that would be a new thing that we'd have to specifically track just for this subdivision. But my recommendation is that it's done before the plat records. Would be what I would suggest.
Good with that.
I agree with that too.
Yeah, Chair, just a quick comment on that. The intent when we put these fees for the park district was that it was something that the developer would pay. Now we know the developer passes those fees on to the homeowners, but when they pass them on to the homeowners or the future owners, it's very transparent. And I'm really concerned about putting it on the building stage because it won't be transparent to those purchasing the property. So we have since in the last, I'm trying to think, has it been the last few meetings, we've required it all from everyone to do it at plat recording for that reason, because it is the reason it's getting the rezone, and it's why we're allowing so many lots. Is that Parks District is huge, and why we're allowing to have as many lots as we are. So I don't think I will include it at the plat, and if I make a motion, because I think that's the only fair way to do it.
Okay, we can work with that.
Okay. Very good. Commissioners, anything else? So now we got a public hearing. Okay, thank you. So I'll ask for a motion for public hearing.
I'll make a motion to open public hearing on this item.
Thank you. I have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are now in public hearing. So anyone from the public that would like to address this item, please come forward, give your name and address for the record, and you got 3 minutes. Going once. Seeing no public interest in a public hearing, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion to close public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are out of public hearing. So having said that, commissioners, any conversation about this item?
As far as I see it, we just have the development agreement as was discussed in the meeting is included in our packet with the additional condition that the contribution to the Parks District be submitted before each plat records.
I like
Anything else to include?
Okay, I like it. All right. Any other conversation about this item or discussion? Okay, I will ask for a motion for this item.
I don't get confused. I've separated the findings and conditions, and that's why it looks a little different than your packet.
I won't cheat.
Okay. I move that we approve file ZDA 2023-01, an applicant-driven request to amend the development agreement on 15 acres of property zoned RE15 located at 4300 West and 1600 South. I'm just looking at this, and I'm going to cancel this cancel this motion. Is that okay if I cancel the motion in the middle? I
Haven't
do
made
have
one
another
yet.
clarification to ask.
It's not a motion until it's
And
seconded, so go
okay,
ahead.
so we're good. So I'm seeing here, so we're amending the development agreement on 15 acres. And are we adding the other land to it? Or is it just when we did the approval before, we said to include this development agreement?
I believe this is being included with that development agreement.
Yeah, so the
So-
Yeah.
proposal is to add the 3 acres to. And
So
also
maybe state that on 15 acres of property zoned RE15, and then with the addition of 3 acres located at the same address or the same location.
That works. Are you okay with that, Steve?
Yep.
Oh, and
Mhm.
but right now it's zoned RE15.
It's, yeah. We just changed it.
We didn't do anything. It hasn't gone through. We recommended, but nothing can
Right.
change. So,
Yeah.
okay. So should I say RE15 or R115?
1. That's our new one. That's what
So
they're.
say R115?
It's going to R115.
Okay. So I'll list it as R115. Okay. With the addition.
Are you okay? I don't know how to handle, we've got a comment, but I think we're out of public hearing, so. Okay, go ahead.
You come to the microphone.
Come on up.
Kathy Vernew, West Weber. So it's my understanding that when the developer signs the development agreement, then the $2,000 per lot is paid to the park district. Is that correct? I don't think it's on the homeowner.
No,
Right.
no.
We were giving them a little bit more time to go till plat records so they can work out all the exact number of lots and everything.
I thought that's been worked out.
It's not finalized, so we go through subdivision.
Yeah, subdivision is when all those specificities happen. This is just looking at the rezone portion of it right now.
Right. But they aren't changing the amount of homes.
Generally, no, but sometimes they'll run into something possibly with engineering or as they dive in deeper, maybe they need to adjust the layout for some reason because more information comes to light. But
And do you
generally,
hold another meeting for that?
Mhm.
yeah, there's
Okay.
Yeah.
we have another approval before
Yeah,
subdivision.
or subdivision.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah, there'll be preliminary and final for that.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
But it
That's
will
all I
be
have
on
to
the
say.
developer, it won't be on the homeowner.
Right. And are they all paid up front then?
It would be paid up before they could record the plat. So if they were doing phases, it may be in certain phases, but everything in that phase would have to be paid before it
Okay.
can be recorded.
Check.
Director
thank
Grover,
you.
correct me if I'm wrong.
Appreciate you.
For her knowledge, if they did add any extra lots and it was approved, the additional 2,000 per lot would be sent
Right.
to them as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's
Because
a
it
per
would be-
lot fee that's
Okay. Okay. I gave you some time.
Okay, yeah, to think about what we're doing. Okay, I move that we, like a time travel question here. Okay. I move that we approve file ZDA 2023-01 an applicant-driven request to amend the development agreement on 15 acres of property zoned R115 with the addition of 3 acres at approximately the same location, 4300 West and 1600 South, Ogden. We'd like to amend the development agreement to the development agreement that is included in our packet tonight with the following condition, that contributions to the Parks District be submitted before each plat records. We do this with the following findings. First, the development agreement amendment meets the requirements outlined in the land use code And second, the development agreement amendment outlines the mutually agreeable terms of the rezoning of 18 acres from RE15 and A1 to R115. Thanks.
I think everything's in there, right? Okay. All right, I have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Commissioner Clance,
Aye.
Commissioner McCormick,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti,
Aye.
Commissioner Neville,
Aye.
Commissioner Wickern.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Thanks very much for that.
Very
Effort.
fortunate to have you, Sarah.
Yeah. Good. All right, next item on our agenda, item 2.4, ZTA 2023-02, a public hearing and possible planning commission recommendation on a proposal to amend the Weber County Code. The amendments pertain to the standards and regulations of agritourism operations, allowance for agritourism operations in the S1, F10, and F40 zones, and allowing certain limited agricultural sales in agricultural zones. Director Grover?
So as you look at this, you'll be making land use law amendments. You'll be forwarding a recommendation on to the legislative body, which is the county commission. You'll need to hold a public hearing, open and close that, just like we've done with the previous items, and Mr. Ewart is going to be presenting.
Commissioners, hello. I thought I was going to be after Felix, so give me just a second. I'm opening Zoom right now so I can show you guys my screen. I'm not going to read all of it to you guys. Hopefully you've had the opportunity to get through all of this. There's quite a bit of pages being changed. Most of the pages that are being changed are just related to existing zones that we're just consolidating into the same formatting that we have been doing for the last 10 years since I've been working here. So soon we'll get through all 33 zones that we have and actually have a code that's easier to read at some point in the future. So that said, this project actually started with the Ogden Valley Planning Commission. There was an applicant in the Ogden Valley who asked to amend the shoreline zone to allow agritourism uses in the shoreline zone, which wasn't previously allowed in the Ogden Valley. You guys do have shoreline zone in Western Weber. It's along the Great Salt Lake, and I think all of the zone right now is currently owned by the state of Utah. But the state of Utah does lease out property every once in a while, so maybe this would be applicable out there in that area. That said, as the Ogden Valley Planning Commission got looking at the request and adding this use into the S1 zone, they were paying a little bit more attention to what the agritourism ordinance said, and they were concerned that one of their primary concerns in the valley is short-term rentals, and very concerned in ways that I'm not sure I fully understand, but I do understand that they would like to keep their residential areas residential and not commercial in nature. And so one of their concerns was end running the ordinance and allowing short-term rentals under the guise of agritourism. And so they started taking a deeper look at the agritourism ordinance and said, gosh, there's a few other things in here that we feel like there are loopholes you could potentially drive a truck through. So the intention of these amendments is to just tighten up some of the loopholes, making things more objective, less subjective, making it so that the county's review and approval of it is more objective, less subjective, and giving the landowners, hopefully, a little bit more of a fair shake of the stick at going for these applications. The last thing that we would hope to have or need to have is an applicant asking for this use and us being not being able to determine what the ordinance is actually saying, and finding against the applicant when perhaps they should have been founded for. So just wanted to clarify those things. As we were doing so, we worked in work session with you guys, and you guys brought up a couple of concerns. If we tighten things up a little bit with the agritourism, there are other uses that farmers may want to use the agritourism ordinance for that they wouldn't be able to do anymore. And so I wanted to show you this solution that I put together. I don't know if it's the right solution, but it is something that is intended to help. And in your staff report, it's highlighted in yellow. And this is outside of agritourism, completely standalone in the agricultural ordinances. This would be a use allowed for anyone in the A1, A2, and A3 zones, or in the Ogden Valley, the AB3 zone. The sales of agricultural products produced on site, accessory to an agricultural operation. And if we word it this way, and it's in the accessory uses column, or the accessory uses table, we wouldn't need the fruit or vegetable stand use. We can get rid of that because it replaces it. And now, instead of just fruits and vegetables, you could have a roadside stand for any kind of agricultural product that you are producing on the premises. So that is one thing that we added in. The other thing we added in is community-oriented agriculture. Crop production operations for like rent-a-row, or for community gardens, or for U-pick operations. We didn't think that had to be exclusively devoted to tourism operations. Sometimes that's just community-oriented ag and should be allowed. And so if somebody wants to do a U-pick operation or rent-a-row operation, or even rent out their entire garden for a community garden, they could potentially do so if they're in one of these zones. So permitted across the board on both of those. We did add a little bit of qualifiers to the produce sales, the on-site produce sales. It's a little bit hard when we're looking at agricultural zones that allow lot sizes as small as 1 acre, because as we've seen, most of these 1 acre lot sizes are going for residential development, not for agricultural uses. And so as agricultural users age out or retire out of the industry, they tend to divide up the land or sell it to someone who will divide up the land and create residential. So when we're looking at this zone or these zones, we want to look at the possibility of having residences right next door, but also being allowed to still operate as an agricultural use and have agricultural sales on site. So we put in here these standards where we're basically saying, here's your allowed footprint. I thought a little bit about Chair Edwards' comments about selling hay out of his barn. And the thought behind that is, if you're warehousing your product, whether you're going to sell it at wholesale or sell it to someone on the property at retail, the warehousing wouldn't be included in the area of your retail sales. In fact, the only reason to have anything like this in there is to make sure that you don't have an extravagant farmer's market being operated right next door to your house, or heavy machinery being operated right next door to your house for the purpose of purely large agricultural on-site sales. At some point, that use could evolve into an IFA or other kind of commercial use that just isn't intended in those agricultural zones. So that's the intention behind these limited editions. And then from there, I mentioned to you guys, we were discussing a little bit with the Ogden Valley about qualifiers for agritourism. And one of those qualifiers, oh, here you can see the applicant's request. We're in the shoreline zone. They're just asking for agritourism in the shoreline zone to be permitted, or permitted by conditional use permit, I should say. Okay, applicability and qualifications. I've got some notes to show you in just a minute. Okay, qualifications here in yellow. What this section used to say, or essentially used to say, is as long as you qualify for Greenbelt under the Agricultural Assessment Act, as long as you're taxed as Greenbelt, then you otherwise qualify for agritourism. So we won't ask any questions if the assessor says that you are an agricultural use and is taxing you that way. However, there are uses that are allowed in the agritourism ordinance that allows smaller lot sizes than 5.25 acres, which is the minimum lot size to gain Greenbelt tax in Weber County. And so there was all these little caveats that were added in there. I didn't feel like it was good policy to tie land use law to tax law. It just doesn't make sense. And so rather than keeping it tied to the Agricultural Assessment Act, we just pulled the qualifiers out of the Agricultural Assessment Act, almost verbatim, and plunked them in right here. And we cut out probably, I don't know, I would say 2 or 3 pages of the tax law and created 3 paragraphs instead, which essentially does the same thing in effect. Okay. The other thing that just realized we've got a mistake there. Correct. Oops, sorry, forgive me. Okay. So the other thing that we addressed is you guys mentioned wanting to see the allowance for some of these uses to go down to 2 acres. And so we've got Market Garden, which is between 2 and 9 acres. In the Ogden Valley, where they've got minimum 3 acre zoning, it'll be 3, but that zoning will govern that. So 2 and 9 acres. And I had some conversation with the chair and vice chair in our chair and vice chair meeting of seeing the 2 to 9, maybe even changing to 2 to 5. And then the next one up, so this one potentially being 5, and then the next one up being 5 to 20. That just kind of reduces the lot sizes for some of those a little bit heavier intensity uses that the Ogden Valley felt like you needed 9, allowing it to be on 5 acres in Western Weaver. And it, just the context why Ogden Valley would be different is because their lot sizes for residential lots are 3 acres, so divisible by 3 acres. And so if they allow farmers to do 9 acre, if they say, look, we want to encourage you to have this kind of a farm, but you need to have at least 9 acres, what they're hoping to do is limit those 3 lots that could be developed because it's being occupied by farm. Western Weaver, that same logic doesn't apply. And so reducing it down to 5 seems to be appropriate if you guys are okay with that. Okay. So let me put a little note off to the side. 5 in WW. Okay. One other thing, Chair Edwards actually sent this over to the Barker family who operates the fish farm in North Ogden. And we got some really good comments back from Mrs. Barker, and one of them that I wanted to address with you guys. We do show here, we say primary use, the agritourism operation shall clearly be accessory and incidental to the primary agricultural use of the property. To this end, at no time shall the activity area of an agritourism operation be greater than 20% of the agricultural operation's gross acreage as defined in subsection C of this section 121.2. She pointed out that her activity area, or the activity area on the Barker farm, is the entire area because you're fishing. You're actively fishing for that's the product that they have. That's the UPIC product that they have on their property. And so I wanted to make sure we address that a little bit, because if it is a UPIC operation and it is an agritourism operation, it stands to reason it might be the whole property. So I think if we add this verbiage, unless the activity is a routine part of cultivating or harvesting an agricultural product on site, which kind of allows, it takes out the 20% and says you could use the whole property for that purpose. This 20% limitation was intended to say, if you're going to do a goat yoga farm, no more than 20% of your property should be goat yoga. The rest of it should be a farm, right? I mean, horse yoga, I've seen a bunch of different memes. I don't know how it goes. Anyway, that's the proposal. Everything else in there, I think, is pretty straightforward in what we've already discussed. Are there any questions based on what you guys have read or what we've talked about tonight? So you're telling me I already took enough time. I'm out of here.
Well, Charlie, honestly, I was proud of myself for doing so much homework on this project when you assigned it to us a while ago. But I think all my concerns that I was going to bring up tonight, when you stated your meeting with the chair and vice chair, I think those have been answered. So I wanted to see those smaller numbers rather than the larger ones that were there. So thank you for just making those changes.
No problem. We'll get those changes right in there before it gets to the county commission, before they make any adoption of it. Okay. Any others?
I got a question. It's over on line 510, 529. And it's really not, it's item 4 there.
Sorry, slowly getting there. Item 4. Private and public recreation.
Proof of production if necessary.
I see what you're saying. I think we're in the wrong area.
Yeah.
So hang on, let me get back down to, are you in the black line?
It's under applicability
Got it.
and qualification.
What page is that?
Oh, page 2835.
It's the other section.
Black line, okay. I'll head down there.
You're saying that they have to have a born on date.
Well,
On
to me,
parcel
it
number.
just seems
On
to be
parcel number.
a little cumbersome here.
Yeah, 30, what page again?
28 of 35.
You're getting there.
There we go. Okay, 28. Number
Yep.
4, proof of production if necessary. That's what I thought. Seemed a little cumbersome. Now that's directly, well, not directly, but that's summarized out of the Agricultural Assessment Act. So you can be assessed under Greenbelt if you have smaller than 5.25 acres, if you are producing a certain threshold of agriculture. It is going to be cumbersome for someone to have to do this. Now, I did modify the applicability of this to say if it's not obvious to the land use authority that you are an agricultural use. And so if the planning commission says it's obvious this is an agricultural use, you will never ask this question. But if you have reason to believe it's not a real agricultural use and they're trying to use the agritourism ordinance to circumvent circumvent, I guess, the ordinance to do something else, then you can ask the applicant you can challenge it and say, you know what, you need to prove that you are producing the production that, where we say that under Utah agricultural statistics or that USU has published.
It seems like to me, there ought to be one of these for west and one for the valley, because I'm not aware of any problems out west with it. We have a way through our permitting for people that do it. Little John and Mary that sells 2 pumpkins and 4 squash doesn't apply to them. They just have a little stand out there. And you know, when we come to this thing years ago and we started this, it was one of those things we thought was a good idea, and I think it still is. But the problem is out west, we don't have people sitting on 3 acres worrying what somebody else is doing. We got people out there who decide if they want to be in the agritourism, they want to make it as easy and as painless as they can because they have other things to do.
Agreed.
And so
do you want to change this paragraph to say in the Ogden Valley?
Yes, I do.
do it.
And maybe any others that might apply that way, because we're Plain City, even though Plain City is a town, we're Plain in western Weber County. I can't help it about those folks from Park City that live in Huntsville. And so I just think that it would make it much easier for what we're trying to do out west.
Perfect.
So anyway.
Sounds good.
Charlie, a question though. Didn't you say this isn't your code? This is
So, well,
state code that we'd have to follow no matter what?
no. So
Oh, okay.
state code applies when the assessor's office is determining how to tax a property.
Oh,
And
okay.
we're trying to distance from the tax law. And
This
so,
is language.
yep.
Oh,
So,
you took the language, but it isn't necessarily something that's applied no
That's
matter what.
And,
Okay.
and the
That's
reason
all I was worried about.
reason that he did is because it goes back to the green belt. You have to have 5 1/4 acres to qualify for green belt to get a lower tax rate for agriculture. So that was kind of the intention when this was first put together.
yeah, and to be clear, this paragraph here and the requirements of this paragraph here are in your existing agritourism code right now. And so if we want that removed and just kind of go with the no nonsense 1, 2, and 3, let's do that and just apply this to the Ogden Valley.
Essentially, if someone has an agritourism business and they're not doing any farming, then we'll just call them out on it and take care of it. We don't need to have this verbiage in here.
Yeah, now, again, error of interpretation of the ordinance, tie goes to the runner. So tie goes in favor of the landowner. So if we were to say, hey, we're calling you out, you are not ag, you're a trucking industry, or whatever that it may be. And they can come back and say, you know what, we do have some ag, we truck agricultural produce, or we truck this, or whatever that is. I don't know, I'm trying to make it up on the fly. If they can provide a tie where we don't feel we would win on appeal, we'd have to err in their favor.
So Commissioner Andretti, you're concerned that people will be called out a lot on this?
Well, what I'm concerned about is if somebody read this, they'd think, oh, maybe I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my concern, because I think the ones we have out there today are pretty darn successful at what they do. They're the corn mazes and that. I'm not aware of any issues, haven't heard of any. And I just think that we need to go back to our roots on this and have it as easy and as painless as we can be. So if somebody comes in, they don't walk here and go, oh my gosh, that's fixing that. Wisconsin says I got to have 40 pumpkins per acre. I can only grow 3.
So essentially, you want to make it less cumbersome. If this becomes a problem in the future, we'll address it in the future, but let's not stop the agritourism right now. Okay. I'm here. Yeah.
Because people come in, they get a permit to do it. We go through what they're doing. We pretty well know what, when, where, how. And so I just think that that's the way it needs to stay. And if it's a problem, then we'll address it then.
Perfect. Okay. We'll make that change. Any other questions, comments, changes? Okay. This does require a public hearing. And after that, you guys can make whatever recommendation you feel is appropriate.
Somebody will come in tomorrow with a problem.
Maybe, we'll see. We'll be back. So
Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate that.
All right, commissioners, any comments or concerns on this item before we open up a public hearing? Nope. Okay, I'll ask for motion for public hearing.
Chair, I'll motion for public hearing, open public hearing.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are now in public hearing. Anyone want to comment on our revisions for the agritourism code? Okay, it's a winner. All right. They're saving it up for the next item. All right. I'll ask for a motion to go out of public hearing.
Chair, I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
Second? Anybody in favor of a second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, we are now out of public hearing. Having said that, commissioners, any further discussion? Okay. Hearing none, I will ask for a motion.
Sure, I'd like to make a motion for a positive recommendation from what has been, let's see here. On item ZTA 2023-02. And the motion would be positive recommendation on what is included in the report from staff with the additions that we've agreed upon in this meeting. Does that sound like a full motion? I do. Oh, and with the, do I have to read the findings? With the included findings that are in the staff report as well? Can I state it that way?
I think they'd prefer that we
Okay.
read it out.
With the changes, with the findings that the changes are supported by the Western Weber General Plan, the proposal serves as an instrument to further implement the vision, goals, and principles of Western Weber General Plan. The changes will enhance the general health and welfare of Western Weber residents.
And then you want to add your other item there?
What it was then? Oh, the items that
Changes.
the changes that were discussed with Charlie during his presentation.
Okay. Liam, is that okay? Okay.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay. And June? Okay, very good. I have a motion. I'll ask for a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Commissioner McCormick?
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti?
Aye.
Commissioner Klontz?
Aye.
I was all choked up there. Sorry. Commissioner Neville?
Aye.
Commissioner Wickern?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda, item 2.5 ZMA 2023-04, a public hearing to consider a request to rezone 93 acres from A1 and A2 to RE15 at approximately 640 South, 7500 West. The developments are named the Longhorn Estates and the Vaccaro Village Cluster Subdivision, Phase 1 amended. Director Grover?
Thank you. This is a legislative item you will be making a recommendation on to the county commission. On this situation, you'll need to open and close the public hearing, and Mr. Lavarino is going to be presenting.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you guys. Hopefully we can make this one somewhat interesting and we can cover all the bases. And so just starting out, a quick refresher on this one. We last time we met, it was to discuss this very thing was in a work session setting, and we had some planning staff was able to take in public comment, and we were also able to take in comments from the planning commission, and we made sure to implement those things in writing with this memo. And I want to make sure that you guys have this latest one handy, and also just to make sure the public is rest assured that the things that were directly pertaining to the improvements within Vaccaro Village, those have remained the same. The only reason why we made some last minute changes is because what I did is I sent out the memo with the report. I sent it out to the developer, and he had some suggestions, maybe some tweaks here and there, something that they would like to see added. So that's kind of what I did. So and what we can do is we can work through exactly what was changed from the first version, and that way you guys are completely clear on that. And also while I'm talking about just kind of administrative type things, we did receive a public comment, a written comment from Mr. Pilarczyk, and so we could discuss his comments and remarks at length if you'd like to, at whatever point you feel like is necessary. Okay, so what we're today's public hearing is to discuss the rezone of Longhorn Estates and Vaccaro Village. What I've done is selected the area that's in question. You can see the red outline. You've got the Longhorn Estates and the Vaccaro Village, which is built. They have the homes built on this one, and the access road into Vaccaro Village is called 7100 West. With this proposal, we've included a development agreement, and we also have standards that I'd like to touch on. The standards for okay, so just going back, here's a map of the Longhorn Estates. What they've done is they've provided a concept that shows the roadways and pathways, and also the open space. The open space doubles in this case as the irrigation pond facility. The standards that are written into that will be written into the development agreement, exactly related to the street right-of-way improvements, are in Exhibit A of this memo. And let me go straight to that spot here. The Longhorn Estates, let me make sure I'm in the right spot here. Okay. So the one thing that was changed within this section related to street right-of-way improvements. So if you go to 7.2.1, you can see that the developer agrees to provide secondary access to the subdivision pursuant to county code and fire authority requirements. The second one is developer agrees to provide a traffic study with the subdivision application. The reason why we were getting some pushback from the developer with regard to improvements on 7100 West. And we understand that 7100 West at some point will become an access way into this development. As 7500 West, it will become a busy road. Right now, it's really just a 15-foot wide of asphalt with the canal that hugging on one side, and so the reason why we wanted 1 and 2 in there is because we wanted to make sure that when they come in with phase 1, then they're going to need to provide that emergency egress, the secondary access that's done to the county code and the fire authority requirements. However that is accomplished, that's something that we would feel it more comfortable pushing it on the developer to make the design and to make accommodations for that. Also that the developer agrees to provide a traffic study, and that will help to provide some guidance to the county review agencies to exactly what's needed on 7500 West. And so let's see here. Let me see if there's anything else in that section that I need to touch on here. Oh, okay. So number 7, you can see that we've added the street trees shall be lined. So the streets shall be lined with trees. And that's pretty standard for these rezones. We like to see that help to provide a little more inviting drive through and in a nice neighborhood feel. And let's see also that on number 8, you can see the developer provides cross sections for the right-of-ways. So in this particular development for Longhorn, you're going to have several different right-of-way widths. You'll have a couple of 80-foot wide right-of-ways, and then you'll have some 66-foot and then some 60-foot. So the developer will provide that for us. And then let's see here, going. And then let's see here. If we go to the next slide, we can see that this one is directly pertaining to the Vaquero Village standards. And as I mentioned, the requirements that were in the first version are still in this portion. And so what we're going to look at now is the street right-of-way improvements. And so we've taken those considerations from the public and we've implemented those into the street right-of-way as far as the 10-foot wide concrete asphalt or concrete sidewalk is installed on the east side of 7100 West Street. And the 10-foot pathway or the 10-foot wide sidewalk is grade separated. The developer did agree to that. And let's see here. Number 4, so under 7.1.1, if you look at number 4, a sewer line is installed within the public utility easement so that the homeowners within the Vaquero Village may connect. And we still have those street light requirements down on the corner of 7100 and 900 South, and also a push button activated crosswalk. But that's primarily what was different from your previous version. Okay, so moving on to model motions from the staff. What I've done is put together 4 different model motions, and they're also included in the memo. First model motion is to recommend a positive recommendation as is. Motion for a positive recommendation with changes. Motion to table, or a motion to recommend denial. Motion with changes is probably my recommendation, but of course it's up to you, to the planning commission, what they'd like to do. And that kind of concludes on what I had to say. Any comments or questions for me?
I have one hopefully simple question, Felix.
Yeah, sure.
The packet or handout you gave us before the meeting is what the new memo is. That the same thing as what's in our previous packet? Or is it changed information in this?
Are you talking about the motions, the model motions in the? So yeah, the motions.
Everything you gave us. The one you gave us today.
Yep.
That's essentially the same information, right? Or am I thinking, or
it's
am
a little bit different, particularly Exhibit A. That's where the difference is. But the model motions are the same, and
There was more information in the memo portion of the new package than there was in the original.
I've got a question. It might be a little premature, but who's doing the secondary water?
yeah, so that would be the irrigation pond.
Okay, but is there going to be a district put in for that, or how's that going to work?
It could be a district. It could be the HOA also. It could. I think it's preferable that the developer put a managing company in place that is familiar with this type of operation, whether it be part of the water district or the irrigation district. That hopefully they could monitor and maintain that pond.
Then what about sewer? Same thing.
Same thing in this case. The Little Mountain Sewer District. What they've done is their letter. It actually lays out what the district expects as far as the service lines and things like that. One thing that I should mention is that LMSA. So if you look at the Little Mountain Sewer District will serve letter, and you can look at condition number 3. It says LMSA will not take ownership or responsibility for the condition, ownership, or maintenance of the proposed sanitary sewer lines, gravity or pressure, or system that will be installed to serve this subdivision.
So who does that then? That's my question.
Yes.
Because most sewer systems are attached to a district who has taxation, who has money to fix this.
Mm-hmm.
So the way I read this is we got it in. So who's going to fix it?
Yep. And that's a good question. I think
and maybe it's a little premature, but
yeah.
I'm looking at these homes here, and they're the ones that's going to be paying for it. And it's not cheap to fix water lines, and it's really not cheap to fix sewer lines.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to have a level of comfort here that if somebody buys in down there and there's an HOA, the fees aren't $1,200 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and as far as the roads go, is the county going to take the roads?
Well, yes, those would be public right of ways. Yes.
Okay. So then the county would repair the roads like they do today.
Yeah. Yes.
That's
Come on,
same
man.
standard.
That was awful. So I guess the concern is for me is the cost of actually all three of the waters, but or the two waters and the sewer line, but especially the secondary and the sewer line. And, you know, and maybe that's not for this meeting, but that's my concern. And I think that if I live down in Reese, and I live pretty close to Reese, but not in Reese, that that's one thing that would certainly be on my mind.
Well, I'll add one thing to that. And you've already mentioned roads. But what happens on 7500 West? I mean, really, what happens on 7500 West? You're between a rock and a hard place there, and there's no better way to describe it. So what happens to that? I mean, you've got homes that you're going to put, if they were willing to sell the right of way and all of that worked out, you're going to have a road right at their front door. So they'll probably no longer be able to have that house because they won't meet the setback. On the other side of the street, you got a canal that's been there for 100 years. And it's not going anywhere because the canal company has no reason to move that canal. So that, when you put this many homes in that area, you've got to have two good ways to egress that out to a main road, which is 900 South. And I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing 7100. That's great. No problems there. But 75 is definitely a problem. And I don't care how many street studies you do down there. It's going to be inadequate at best. So I've got some real concerns with that. Commissioners?
I had the same question on that. And I would like to commend Mr. Plazarzik on his letter. It's very thorough. But number one, I don't think we have control over that's for engineering. Number two, that'll be left to engineering. But as far as the insufficient footage on the road, like, you have a canal on the one side, and the other side you have private ownership. And I see no commitment in there where they would like build the 80-foot ingress and egress. And then they'd have to take from phase one up here and run that road all the way down till it gets to 7,500. I don't see that happening, or I don't see any comments in there how it would happen.
Felix, do you mind if I
Of course,
address
yes.
some of the questions? So the applicant kind of threw us a little bit for a loop. The original submittal was for 80 something lots. And it was both the east side and the west side of the property, east side or west side being owned by the Marriott family, and the west side being owned by, I believe, the applicant or the people the applicant was working with or for. We just barely found out this morning or late yesterday that the applicant is only looking to develop the west side of the property. And so where there was an economy of scale of developing 80 something lots, and that could have led to improving 7,500 to the full standard. Maybe not to the full 80, but definitely to the full 66. We did pull the subdivision plats that line for the 4 or 5 lots that line 7,500 right there. We have found that those subdivision plats dedicate 38 feet half width to the county for that road. And then each of those homes are set back behind the 38-foot setback line. And we would have done that at the time. I mean, I can't give you all the information, but we would have done it at the time to make sure that they're set back far enough away from a future right-of-way so that there's not a road right on their front door. And so if you take the two, 38 and 38, you're looking at 76 feet. And that's from the center line of the road. And so there's quite a bit of space to do something. It's just...
Okay.
So according
those
to the
comments
county
for public
recorder's
hearing,
office,
please. Okay.
according to the county recorder's office and the dedicated plats, that is what is out there in the field. And then on the opposite side of the street, where the right-of-way, the center line runs right on the west side of that street, you do have that canal, and eventually we'll see that canal piped, but it'll take a while to get there. So the concern that we had this morning, and the reason why you had a change in your memo, is number one, we had expected a 7,500 to be improved at least to a 20-foot wide surface, and we're finding out that the applicant may not have the economy of scale to do that, which is a little bit of a struggle. So rather than directly addressing it, we know that our ordinance does. Our ordinance says you have to have an egress, and that egress has to be at least 20 feet wide, otherwise you're not developing your land. And so the applicant will need to figure that out, or otherwise he's not developing his land. I found out earlier today that the fire district is only allowing 20 feet if it's up to, I think they said 7 homes. And so the fire district is going to require 26 feet. Now, the applicant may not be aware of this, but that's why you see some of the changes in that proposed development agreement where we're being more vague. We're going to let the county code stand on its own, and the applicant will just need to come into compliance with that. So the question of do we address it now or do we address it later, it will all have to be addressed before he finalizes the subdivision plat. The question about sewer, you can't have private sewer lines. I don't think LMSA realizes that. And so the applicant will need to go back to LMSA and get that letter revised. If LMSA is unwilling to accept responsibility for those sewer lines, I know the county is not willing to accept responsibility, at least not at this time.
Okay.
And so the applicant will need to work that out as well. And if it can't be worked out, he doesn't get to subdivide the land.
So this Little Mountain service area, they have employees,
They have a manager now.
a manager, and that's Mr. Price.
Stephanie Russell, I believe, is there as the board manager.
And,
And
yeah.
John Price, I believe, is the chair.
Okay.
So my concern here is now we have an application that we've noticed for a public hearing that is not complete.
Correct.
My-
In what way would you think it's not complete?
Well, there's been a lot of changes.
A lot of changes. Yep.
Yeah. So, and those changes have led to, okay, now we've got this from LMSA that
Yep.
really doesn't mean anything.
Yep.
And we've got some other concerns that need to be addressed. So that's kind of my definition of incomplete.
And it'd be worthwhile, I think, to table if you guys feel concerned and need to have the details of that. As Felix and I went through this, one of our initial knee-jerk reactions was, we just got to go pull this from the agenda. It's not ready. As we worked through the issues with our engineering division, we realized most of the issues are engineering related, and most of those are fixed or better addressed at subdivision phase. The worst thing we could do is be too specific in a rezone and say something that runs contrary to our adopted ordinances, and then we're stuck doing something because the development agreement says to do it, and the ordinance would have actually done it better.
So I'm hearing table.
Chair, something that I guess I'm frustrated with is we have a will serve letter that is not a will serve letter. I mean, this isn't even, it says it's currently being evaluated for annexation. That means that that's not a will serve letter in my opinion, because until it is actually annexed in, there is not the capacity to take it. And so according to our general plan, there's no rezoning of anything that does not have sewer access. So that to me, just voids the whole consideration at this point, because I think without sewer, it doesn't meet the requirements that we put out for having rezones at this point.
So the general plan wouldn't require it to be a will serve letter. I mean, there's specificity that goes along with a will serve letter. An acknowledgement letter and a plan, at the very least from the utility entity that says we are planning on doing this, including annexing the property in and providing that service, I think would suffice for the rezone.
Okay.
It does meet the rezone application requirements. However, there are still some details about this sewer system, this low pressure 4-inch line that we may not be in the business of sewer, but we don't have all the information on. So we would certainly like to have a little bit more of a sense of assurance that Little Mountain has a firm understanding of how it will be designed and will be responsible for those lines. Because that's what is that, half a mile or so that they've got to install those lines from 7,500 over to 8,300, quarter mile, half mile.
Well, and so I would,
It's a lot of space that these landowners will be on the hook
Yeah.
for.
well, I hate to disagree with the person who wrote the general plan, but it was under my understanding that we were not going to rezone, that we painted everything yellow so that there was the possibility of rezoning, but that was under the condition that sewer was readily available.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I think one of the things is maybe we just don't have enough information here. And I think that I'm suffering from an information problem. And so I think it would be wise to table this to where some of these things can be addressed to where that we have enough comfort at least to talk about.
Yeah, I
That's
won't,
my two bits.
I
on
won't
that.
deny
I feel the
that.
same way, Charlie. Also, before it comes back, that frontage on 7,500, I think that road ought to be addressed to what they're going to do, whether they have 88 or 200. It's still over
I agree.
31.
Yep, I agree. And we'll have them work with the fire district as well to get a little bit more detail on that if you guys do want.
So which property pulled out? The Marriott property?
No,
I believe so.
no, wait a minute. You said the west property. The west
that's-
property is the Marriott property.
Right.
It is, but they haven't pulled out.
Say again?
You said the Marriott or the West property is the one they're wanting to develop.
They're wanting
as
to
of
develop.
today, right?
Sorry, flip it. The west property, the Marriott property is the one that they're not developing.
They're not
on
developing.
the east side.
Okay.
I apologize if I misstated that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So, okay. Yeah, so that, why would, the question begs, why would we want to consider a rezone for the area that's been noticed when that no longer exists? Commissioners, that's for you, not for Charlie. I'm just looking at Charlie. So that's another.
Chair,
thing.
I think I'm understanding this is that the application that's been put forth is not truly what is intended.
Correct.
So
On that.
we
so-
table that, or we just
Yeah,
remove it
I'm
from
going to
the
go
agenda?
to director. So what are our opportunities? We've noticed for a public hearing.
You have noticed for a public hearing, but what they've been noticed and what they're seeing, I think there needs to be more clarity for
Right.
them to have time to review it
Exactly.
and time for staff to have time to decipher it better. I'm a little concerned about if you have a public hearing, you could come back and say that we've had a public hearing, we don't need to have another public hearing. And I think due to the residents' respect, even though they've came and they've sat here this whole time, I'd
Twice.
like them to be able to address what's really being proposed and have a public hearing where it's going to benefit them.
Thank you, Director. That I feel the same way because I know that this is a hassle for you to come to these meetings, but I want you to have the opportunity to come to these meetings and participate. So if we have a public hearing tonight, it's going to be on something that's not even what it's going to be. And so, you know, that kind of takes away from your comments and what needs to, you know, really be talked about. So what's our opportunities here?
I would recommend to table this and have the applicant address some of the concerns that you've mentioned and then come back to you and then we can renotice it. And I think that's fair to the public and fair to you as a commission. But I am sorry that you've sat through this long meeting. But that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you
Commissioners?
a quick question. Would it be possible to allow public comment without public hearing on some of the items, or maybe it doesn't even matter?
To me, at this point, I want to see what this is actually going to be. I don't think that anybody can add or subtract from what we have in front of us because we don't know what it really is. And especially now that we're hearing that properties are pulling away from this. So.
And we
that's-
have heard a lot of comment from the people that are in Vaquero Phase 1, so we know a lot of their concerns. And the developer knows those too, but where he's kind of changed things, that's very concerning.
Well, it's very noticeable that the developer's not here tonight. And so, you know, I think the expectation may even be from him that he doesn't really expect this to go forward, given the condition that it's in at this time. Commissioner?
Chair, just one recommendation to the public that is here. When we receive comments in writing, those are forwarded to us. And that is very helpful. It gives us a chance to vet the information and make sure that we clearly understand what's going on. So I would recommend emailing, or who is it best to email when we?
It's on the application. It would be Mr. Lavarino.
Okay.
And his email address is on the posted staff report.
And we get those forwarded to us so that we have a clear vision of what your opinions and issues are. And so I appreciate those when people do that.
Can I add to your recommendation? I appreciate it when you still show up here and voice your concerns as well, so the rest of the public can hear your concern, and it just gives it a different context when we hear it straight from you as well. I really appreciate the of the meeting, but when you're here as well, that's an added bonus, I guess.
And I'll make it a point that when this item does come back on the agenda, that this is the first item on the agenda, so you don't have to sit through.
Yeah, you won't have to stay for the overtime pay.
Seems like
you. Yeah.
Can we require the person that erred on their application to buy everybody dinner next time?
All right. Okay, commissioners, any further discussion on this item?
Just, I think the one thing that I'm looking for in the future is the first thing is how they're going to make it right over in Vicario.
Yeah, agreed. And I think we if we'd have had a real application and the applicant would have been here tonight, we could have maybe got into those details a little bit, but things have definitely changed on this. So commissioners, if there's no further.
I got one.
Go ahead.
I think on those roads that run east and west, it should at least stub further to the north, even though that's canal. You don't want to lock that out at some time with lots.
And we have asked the applicant to stub 7100 at the very least to the north. But we could look at those other ones as well.
Because that's like 6 or 7 blocks.
Yeah, we could look at others.
That's just a comment.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a question for everyone. So it seems that we want to have a motion to table, but what are the terms of tabling? When do we want to see this again? No.
Reapply.
But it's important for us to put terms on, we don't want to see this again until you've met these requirements. Then they'll know when they come to us. Like for me, if this doesn't come with a letter from the Little Mountain Sewer area that it's able to serve the area, like it's been considered and I know that's a big leap, but for me, I don't see the point in moving forward unless it actually has
And
capacity.
especially,
Personally, I'd like some more information on that sewer system, on what it really is.
Yeah.
How it works and whether the state's going to approve it.
and to both of your points, we're used to seeing the ones from Central Weber. This is new to see one from Little Mountain.
Yeah.
And I think it's new to them as well. So,
Well, obviously it's new to them because they're showing that they're not maintaining the lines.
right, right. So, I mean, there's got to be a certain, I hate to belittle this, but there's no other way for me to put it. There's got to be a certain seriousness brought to this. It can't just be, okay.
Well, back in the beginning, that's the way all sewer and waters were. The people just got together and decided to pay for it.
And maybe we need more people, more developers to make this
But
happen.
we've grown since then.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Commissioners, I'll get with the chair or the manager of that system. I know it has capacity. I know that her intention was to write a letter that said that they are able to serve and will, but I'll make sure that gets written a little bit differently. I'll give her an example of what
I
Central
have
Weaver
a
does.
4-inch line going to my house. They got one 4-inch line going to 88 units. Enlighten me a little bit.
What they're planning on doing is they're planning on doing a low pressure system, and the low pressure systems don't have to have as big of gravity lines.
Is that what you're talking about?
That'll be a low pressure pump system. But in order to do a 4-inch low pressure pump system, they've got to have grinders on each house, which Little Mountain has.
See, you're going over my head, but you're getting there.
Sorry. We actually there's a YouTube video that shows these crazy grinders that just, they eat whatever you throw into. You throw a bicycle into it, it'll eat it. So hopefully you're not eating bicycles and putting them in your toilet, but it'll do that. And then it'll cut up in little bits and send it through the system.
No, I get that. I think we can make it simple though, as far as. that
Let's
part
table
goes.
it.
Yeah.
We got another meeting.
Yeah.
All the regular requirements.
Well,
They'd all have to have generators,
Yeah,
backup
some
generators
sort
to
of
run
a
the grinder
backup.
system.
Well, let's get the information. We're not going to determine.
Oh, okay.
We're not going to get to that detail.
We'll decide that.
Let's, commissioners, if there's no further discussion or questions for staff or comment, or among ourselves, I'll ask for a motion when you're ready.
I just wanted to confirm terms still, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine.
So things I was thinking was the Little Mountain Sewer area is able to serve the area. More information on their sewer system is available, and the application is complete.
I'd put that on the secondary water too.
That the application represents what they're truly asking for.
Complete application with
Yeah.
current proposal.
The amount of lots, I mean, that's definitely changed. They've lost 40 acres of ground, I'm assuming roughly, just in my mind.
The original one states 93 acres. It's
And
significantly less.
I know the secondary system I've heard a lot about before, but this is just basically a private system with their own
Right.
pond. So I'm not as concerned about that. I you know, they're going to have an HOA and hopefully it becomes a district or, you know, becomes something else eventually.
I think,
Concerned.
I think that
It is concerning, but yeah.
I think that the
Term
way that it
HOA
was
is concerning.
explained previously was going to be HOA, but then it was going to have a contracted company. But nothing's the same as it was when we heard this the last time.
So do we want more information on the secondary water system listed? I just want to make sure that they know when to come back so we don't have this situation. A few specific sore points. Okay.
And egress put in there.
Oh, okay.
And some of these, we could put in a development agreement that they be addressed at the subdivision level.
Sure.
Because some of these
Yeah.
are going to be addressed per the code at the subdivision level.
Right.
But there's some things you'll want to get some of the more comfort level on with the sewer and that. But a lot of the details in that sewer and how it functions would happen in the subdivision level.
So so a lot of these requirements, more information on the secondary water and the sewer, but complete application with current proposal. So some things that are very specific and then some things that can be more detailed later, but we need more information to make a decision.
Yeah.
I honestly tend to hesitate on waiting for subdivision level on some of these, especially when there's a history that we've dealt with.
Yeah.
Rather know up front before we approve anything, honestly.
So I'd just say egress meeting code. Sorry, I'm just
No,
jumping
yeah.
to my own thing.
Okay.
Not my fault. It's like super highway.
It's not only 15 feet wide.
Yeah, mine.
It's wider.
Monorail.
Four laner.
All right.
This takes
You
Okay,
ready?
yes.
You ready, Commissioner?
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right.
I move that we table action file number ZMA 2023-04, a developer initiated application to amend the Weber County zoning map to rezone total of 93 acres located at 640 South, 7500 West, and all of the Vaquero Village Cluster Subdivision Phase 1 from the A1 and A2 zones to the R115 zone. So that, one, we have more time to review the proposal, and also included until the developer can provide more information on the sewer system, more information on the secondary water system, in a letter from Little Mountain Sewer area that they are able to serve the area, a complete application with current proposal, and egress options that meet code.
Okay. Sounds good. Commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. So I have a motion and a second, and we'll do a roll call vote on this. Sorry, folks. We'll have to come back and spend some more time with us. I know you're loving it. Commissioner Klontz,
Aye.
Commissioner Neville,
Aye.
Commissioner Wickern,
Aye.
Commissioner Andriotti,
Hi.
Commissioner McCormick.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Item has been tabled for further discussion at a later time.
Chair, I believe someone in the public just had a question and
Sure.
okay to entertain that.
Yeah.
You mind coming up to
Yeah,
the,
come on down.
Yeah, come on up.
This is number 3, public comment for items
Like the
not
Price
on the
is Right.
agenda.
There you go.
Do you need my name and?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Name's Levi Giles. I live at 688 West, or the 688 South, 7100 West.
There we go.
There we go. Sorry.
You're good.
So just a question, and this might be very hard to answer. How far out from development would he be at this point into phase 2? For
At this point, he's nowhere.
no, okay,
I mean,
square one.
yeah.
So as far as his portion goes, sounds like he's backed out of it and
It sounds like the other property owner that's on the west end has backed out of it. If I'm understanding this right.
That'd be like 4 though, because there's 1, 2, and 3 up front.
Right.
So it's the phase that I put
Yeah.
goes across to the west of the road.
So about half of the subdivision is gone. About half of the proposed subdivision. How many lots were there? 90,
I think there's like 107.
107. So
It's back to 88.
approximately half on the
Okay.
west side.
Okay. And then just because it wasn't mentioned in the slide for the phase 1 developments for Vaquero, we still have like flooding issues on the both west and east side. So that wasn't mentioned as an improvement.
I think it is in the development agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't go over it specifically, but if
Okay,
I remember
so-
right, that is part of the development agreement.
Well, and it's one of the items that was included in the motion to make sure that we have information on.
Okay.
We said sewer. We didn't say anything about drainage, but he's addressed that before, and it would definitely be something that comes up before any sort of development would
think-
occur.
I'm going to just lean on staff and say, please,
We
let's-
can. We'll look at that.
Yeah. Essentially, as far as I'm concerned, we're starting over with this because of what's happened.
Yeah. I mean, every time we like come into these meetings, this one's like the last one. You just kind of spin in a circle. Everybody's frustrated, and it's kind of like one of our other neighbors that's with us. He is always saying, past performance is an indicator of future performance, and I don't know why I can see every other developer come in here and they're like really good, they present their stuff, and then we have our developer, and it's just, what is going on? What is happening? Why does it have to be so hard?
Right.
So
It might be more related to this particular development because he took over. It's not his brainchild first,
Yeah.
and he's brought other things. So you might just be seeing the worst of it. I'm just going to give the benefit of the doubt there.
And,
But
and
feel
I
free
think that's
to
fair.
Voice your concern as well.
Yeah.
Publicly.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Okay. Yeah. I think unless you have anything. No. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
Well, I was glad to spend my evening with you guys today.
Well,
It was so fun though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
you didn't get a decision, but you also didn't get a decision you don't like.
Also
That's
got a
true.
name for a planning commissioner in the future. Right
Okay.
there. You're used to it.
Yeah.
Director?
So as far as the public hearing, you will get notice on that. But as far as these changes, they just came in to us at the last minute. And so we were a little caught off guard as well. So
Yeah.
Everybody just call the director. Rick Mulver.
that's where the darts get thrown.
Director
It's
Grover.
it's frustrating for us too, because we've spent a lot of time individually and collectively, going over a lot of this stuff, and then it's we were prepared for something completely different. So
Don't let this scare you when you get on the
planning committee, yeah,
Just a few pages here.
it'll put you to sleep at night.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Director Grover, wouldn't they also be able to look at meeting minutes like from our work sessions if this did come up again before then, and kind of have themselves a heads up before the notice is sent out?
If they get approved
Okay.
before, I mean, most likely it won't happen this next
Oh, okay.
meeting,
Okay.
but you can. Yeah, there will be minutes.
Yeah.
Well,
I think Felix could answer a lot of your questions, though. Because he'll
Sure.
stay involved in the whole thing.
and stay prepared. That's the main thing. Exactly. We're with you.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Davis. One of the Mr. Davises.
Neil Davis.
There we go.
I have a couple things. The drainage for the groundwater or runoff, whatever you want to call it. When he started the second phase, he just dug underneath our fence and the county's drain ditch is on our property. So he just dug under the fence, tore the fence out, stuck the pipe into our drain. Well, if the county wants to pipe it, am I going to be liable to put a box and everything in that? I mean, nobody's looked at that, but it's a concern of mine.
Sure.
I believe our ordinance puts that responsibility on the developer anytime to take care of any sort of.
Engineering.
It does.
Yeah, but
We'd
he
have
just
to,
done it. I
yeah,
mean,
we'd have to come back and look at that at the subdivision level because they're going to have to submit improvement drawings and all of that. And especially where they're going to be putting sewer lines down through, one of the conditions is that a sewer main go down through Vaquero Village Phase 1. They're going to have detailed improvement drawings for that whole thing, and that would be looked at.
Yeah, but that's on my property, not his.
So
I mean, he
Director-
put it into our property. I mean, I didn't even know about it till I went down and fence tore up on the bottom, and here's this pipe sticking into, it's only 4 foot, but it's still.
So I guess the question would be, Director Grover, is there somebody that Mr. Davis could go to at the county to report this without the developer working
Yeah,
with
yeah,
him on that?
definitely. Our engineering division.
I'll talk to Gary.
Yeah.
And then I have one other question. I think it's a total mute thing for a second egress if he doesn't own the property and put a road out to 7,500.
Unless he can negotiate a way to go north-south and come out somewhere up.
That's still Marriott's property.
Up further in the block and go straight out to 900. That's probably your property.
That's my property.
Yeah. Well, you're going to have to negotiate with him.
He'll buy the county. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. All right. Any other comments from our public? And again, thanks for your patience. Okay, seeing none. Director Grover, this has been an event.
Wait a minute, I've got 2 comments.
Planning Commission. Oh, I'm sorry. Jeez, sorry.
Anyway,
Commissioners. I apologize.
I just want to throw this out. It's not for discussion tonight, but I've got 2 items. First item is TDRs. I think we need to get some definition on how they work, because that's the first thing comes out of our mouth, and I think we just need to understand what they are, sender and receiver. The other item is the governor's letter on affordable housing. Now, I fully support the governor in this because he's given us fair warning, and there's been 1,000 reasons not to do it. Oh, it's still too expensive, or the houses look bad. Well, how do you think that Washington Terrace looked like when they built that originally? Fairground, little homes, they're still there today. And so I'm thinking that what we need to do here is figure out a way, because the thing, when I read that letter, my stomach just hit the bottom of my belt, because I got thinking about, this is hard to do, but you know what? I got thinking about each of us on this committee. We got 7 people here that are pretty darn smart. And I don't think any of us is going to back away from any way to make sure this works. The boss said to do it. We're going to do it. And I guess it gets to the point where if we feel like we can't do it, then we get somebody that can. Because I'm thinking it's that serious, because you lose your zoning, you think there's chaos now. So I'm thinking that we need to take some ownership to this and make sure that we make the best. It's going to have to be in our planning, written, so that our representatives that go to the state say, look what we've got. We need to keep track of what we do, how we do it, and what the returns are. And then one final thing with that, I'd like to say, is I think we need to figure out all these fees that took to a lot. Every one of those is paid by the person that buys that house. And to be honest with you, I couldn't even buy a house now. So anyway, I'm just tossing that out. I think we need to be ready to roll our sleeves up because it's doable. We got smart people there. We got smart people on the staff, and they'll keep us going. And we got a governor who says we're going to do it, and I say we're going to do it. Period. I'm done.
Comment?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Commissioner McCormick.
A little house in Washington Terrace that's all brick is a $700,000 house now.
That's correct.
There's only one answer, and that's multi-units, and they're still $400,000. And I think, I was insulted by what he said. I think we're doing a good job. I think we got the multiple housing going, and I think that's the only thing our youth can afford, if they're true youth. Now, if they're trust fund kids, they can get a house.
Well,
but with interest at 7 and the materials doubled within 2 years, they've gone double. That's just the way it is.
I get that. But the thing of it is we have to do this because if we don't, you get your zoning taken away.
That'll never happen.
Well, I tell you
That's
what,
hot air.
the state
That's just my
has-
comment
the
and
state
personal
has the
opinion.
power to
I
give
feel
that
like-
power
Not in
to
this
the
state.
cities and counties.
That's an idle threat.
I agree with both, honestly. I had the same feelings as Commissioner Uncle Jed when I read that.
Thank you.
I feel like there's a lot of things that are out of our control at this level. I feel like our governor needs to go above him and help things. It's just the state that our country's in right now, which is a huge Pandora's box
That's
if we open that up right
oxymoron.
now. But I feel like we could still put together some type of plan to show that we are trying
I
to do
don't feel
something.
like he was pointing at our county.
No, he was the
I
whole
think he's
state.
pointing at those small cities that absolutely refuse it. Over the hill.
Right.
That's where he's pointing. He's not pointing at us.
Well, as long as we've got the proof is in the pudding. So as long as we have that,
I think we've been more than aggressive.
I'm
And
just thinking we need to do it.
so I appreciate all your thoughts, Commissioner Andreotti. I did have the same sinking feeling because I feel in our county we're doing a great job, but I've also recently become more acquainted with some of the smaller jurisdictions, and there's a reason the governor's coming down so hard.
Yeah, but we're not them.
We're not. And that's the thing.
but-
We're doing a great job.
But
The problem is the paintbrush is wide.
Yeah. So my concern though, and my big fear about changing the zoning is that cities pay for infrastructure. And if we are allowing people to willy-nilly develop any way they want, the residents will pay through the nose. If we let some farmer who is miles from our infrastructure build and develop any way he wants, we will not have cohesive neighborhoods. We will not have the facilities we need. We won't have the money to even support our county. So that is
And I
terrifying
don't
to
think
me.
we've done that.
We haven't. That's why I'm so excited that we are in control. So I will write to my representatives and help them understand that getting rid of zoning is not the solution. Putting immense pressure on cities like West Haven, who do not understand what the definition of affordable housing is, to come to speed. I was even more sinking feelings as I read some of those letters who attacked our approach at affordable housing. I think there's an incredible amount of ignorance in
What's caused it?
what really is affordable. And I think right now the state is being pushed very heavily by developers, and that
Oh, those evil guys.
they can be, but I think there's a lot of pressure to build cheap construction, and that will not solve our long-term solutions. So back to Washington Terrace, the reason those homes are worth so much now, even with their small footprint, is those are 100% brick, well-built, nice homes in a well-laid-out community.
Extra 35, 40,
And how big are
50,000
they?
bucks in your house.
They're the homes that made America great.
Mhm.
900 square feet.
Weren't they
When's the
originally built
last
by the
time you
government?
see?
They were government barracks.
Last time you seen a 900 square foot house?
I don't see the government building like that.
So, and just quickly with the TDRs, 100%, yes, we need to get some sort of information and make sure people know how those work. So when we're throwing that out there, they know. And we can address this more later, but I think our Parks District should be in charge of discussing options. But I think the dollar amount that is per lot, and I think it needs to be clear, I think we need to set that. And the Parks District.
Seen one tonight at 2, and the others, I'm not
One
gonna
was,
say it out
did I see
loud.
$7,500
Lawsuit
somewhere?
on the come.
So I think we need to take control of that. We need to work with it. The Parks District knows the needs, but we need to set the number. So
Meeting adjourned.
that's it.
No.
That's how I was
I just share the concern
Okay.
that
I think we're seeing
we do not
unfair
want,
negotiation.
we do not want to lose the ability to plan at a local level. And all we're doing, I think we're putting a good foot forward. I agree with that. Are we doing everything we can? I'm not so sure about that. Given the economics, what's being proposed to us and the way things are right now, I think we are pretty much doing everything we can because nothing's affordable. But at the same time, I think that what we got to keep in mind is, and I think that the message that Commissioner Andriotti is putting across is very important. It doesn't matter. We can sit here and debate this until the cows come home, which I'm not sure when that is because I've never seen a cow come home without having to go get it. And so given the time frame, it's real simple. We can lose it because it comes down from the state level. The legislation is all done at the state level. It's not something that we want to lose. And it doesn't matter whether we're doing a good job or not doing a good job. What matters is that everyone's doing a good job. And if that's not happening, no matter who our representatives are, whether they're developers, attorneys, doesn't matter. Whatever they are, whatever comes down from there, comes down from there. It flows down to us and the way that we are able to do business. And we do not want to lose this what would I call this?
Insanity.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a million words going around in my mind, and insanity is a good way to put it at this level. And so to that point, I think we'll move on to the next item. Or is there any other comments not pertaining to the governor's comment?
I've got one we can talk about all night.
Oh, geez.
I gotta go.
All right. Okay. All right. Next item, Director Grover.
I want to thank you guys because even though that dialogue may have sounded very unhealthy, I think quite the contrary. I think that was very healthy.
We sound unhealthy? I thought that's just how us country people talk.
Yeah, exactly. And
we're about to get some real words going.
I love that interaction. And a lot of the stuff that you just talked about was stuff that I wanted to bring up. I think the bottom line is we as a county, even though you are doing a great job, we can do better. And I think the bottom line is how can we help create more affordable housing for our posterity? Because right now it's very difficult for those young kids trying to get into homes and things like that to be able to do that. I don't know if smaller lots is the answer because I really don't think it is, because what happens is they build that same type of home on a smaller lot, and a lot of the younger generation don't want a large lot. They don't want to maintain that area.
A smaller lot would definitely help.
Yeah, and sometimes it helps.
We
but
don't have
sometimes
that.
It doesn't.
Have that in our repertoire.
We don't have real
Unless
small
it's like
lots at the present time, and so
multi-units, which we're expanding like we did on 900 South and 4700 West. We sent him back with some R3.
yeah, it's
That
got to
was
be a
good.
mix of a lot of those things. But I
He
think
had the mix in the back, so I
Yeah.
think it fitted what our plan wanted.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more collaboration that's going to happen with the developers, the realtors, and the planners in the state to help come up with that, because if they put all the onus on the planning commission or on the planning departments, there's got to be more of a buy-in between all of those entities to come up with some of those solutions. Because just to say a planning commission is supposed to solve that, that's not going to happen. It's got to
No.
be it's got to be all of those entities coming together and
The
working
MVs
on
and
those
everybody.
issues. Yeah.
You know,
And I think they were not taking a shot at us at all. I think it was for our sister club. So appearance of that. They want to regulate lemonade states. So lemonade deals, you know. That's not right.
Yeah, I think even though we're doing a good job, I think we still need to look at how can we do it better. And I feel like you guys are a fairly good, well-oiled ship, but we can make it better.
Let's raise the nose of the airplane
Yeah.
from 15,000 feet to 30,000 feet. If the state starts investing with down payment money, that I think is what's driving this. They're already looking at what, $20,000 if you qualify.
Pay for that.
Well,
It's
it-
never gonna
whether
fly.
whether that's not up for
I don't want
debate.
it in my pocket.
That's what's going to happen because of the non-affordability of what we have. They're already doing it.
They'd have to come up with $200,000 or $300,000 per house.
Agreed. And if they start coming up with that kind of money, that's what's going to drive some of this stuff. Anyway, enough of that. Commissioner or Director Grover?
Do you feel like we have got to talk a little bit more about TDRs? Because out west, I'm just not sure if right now is the timing. I know the general plan talks about TDRs, but I'm not sure if now is the timing out west for TDRs. And so we'll probably have a work session on that to talk about that a bit more. Because I think it's an important element, but in Western Weber, I'm not sure if we're quite there yet. So just to be continued is what I'm saying.
I think you're right.
And legal counsel has left the building. So motion to adjourn to a work session, and we're going to take 5 minutes in between here. Sorry, Bill.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the work session.
Ask for a second. All in
Third.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Opposed? Nope. Good. Work session in
Commissioner,
5
will-
minutes.
Will that be in the back or will that be here?
Yeah, let's go back in the back. It's really hot in here, or at least it is up here.
What a contrarian.
He thought he was returning right at the right moment, but he's too late.
Oh, we know why you left, Liam. When we start talking about the difference in those feet.
I got nothing. I mean, I got lots of things.
You do. Speaking up, girl.
And one of them is. These are.